Später kann er eineinhalb Stunden lassen aus dem. So, jetzt war das Muck. Ja, danke.
Das gelbe Netzwerk, da ist die Kamera noch machen.
Ja, so.
Oben, da geht der Kamera auf.
Ja, das ist die Kamera, aber wenn ich lange nicht kommt.
Franz, hast du ein Signal von der Fuchs-Leinfahrt? Andi, hast du ein Bild von der Vierer?
Ja, der 4 ist da.
Okay. Position? Von der 7er und von der 2er ist da ein Bild drauf.
Da kann er der 7 ist nix.
Okay, danke Martin. Ja. Was denn? Ja, das zweite ist ja hinten weiter. Das kann nicht blinken, weil hinten ist ja kein Impuls.
Ja, die 6 ist okay.
Ja,
Also das ist das Bild von der 2er.
Nein.
das soll gleich kommen.
Zwei miteinander sein.
Moment noch nicht.
Ja, da kommen wir noch mal. Was ist jetzt gehabt wieder?
Wer hat die Kamera da?
Ja, die Hunde die Kamera. Haben wir noch diese Geld?
Donnerstag auch. Okay.
Aus dem Aufstelltaste. Ja, die kriegt immer noch, also ist gut. Ja. Dann gehen wir an den Fensterkabel da unten. Guck mal raus. Ja, so. Besser ist das? Ja, du wirst doch. Das war da unten drunter, das haben wir gar nicht bekommen. Oder auf der langen Groben, oder?
die passt nicht so. So besser, Andi. Na, lass es so, oder? Ich glaube, der Martin hat den ganzen Monitor durchgebracht. Ja, ist ja gerade Besichtigung. Der Martin, der hat die komplette Fließband rausgegeben. So besser. Ja, so würde ich glaube ich lassen, oder?
Mention in the pattern. So just to tell you that on the schedule it's very clear that you've got 15 minutes to mount your tires and fuel for the Rotax, so you don't have 18 minutes usual that you have all day long yesterday. So make sure that you know that and you hurry up a little bit more to put up all your stuff to go on the track for the warm-up. Thank you.
Say hello to the new Sea-Doo Spark. Easy to tow, fun to ride. It's a unique new way to play on the water. And so easy to own, now everyone can join in. It's lightweight and easy to handle for a friendly, responsive ride. It gets the best fuel economy of any watercraft on the market and offers the option of the world's only on-water braking system for increased safety and effortless low-speed handling. In 5 great colors, with 2-up or 3-up seating, and a customizable look so you can make it your very own, with cool accessories and gear for everybody's style. It turns a day on the water into lasting family memories. And when you head home, it's a snap to trailer and tow and simple to store. With a playful new Sea-Doo Spark, you'll enjoy years of fun on the water because it's a Sea-Doo. Spark some fun today with a new Sea-Doo Spark.
Attention to the paddock for the DD2 class. The 175 main jet will remain for all DD2 classes after the DD2. The 175 jet minimum jet will remain for today. This will be posted on the bulletin board in the next minute. So remember, 175 is the minimum jet you can go. Thank you.
erste Tag da, oder?
Was?
Okay, weiter.
Ja.
the bottom, again, just to remind you that the DD2 classes, Master and DD2 Senior, maintenance minimum is 135 today. Only for today, so you will have another bulletin for tomorrow. So 135 is the minimum gem for both classes. Thank you.
Well, good morning everyone. Welcome from me, Ken Walker, to the NOLA Motorsports Park. We're here in Louisiana. Not sunny Louisiana, not particularly warm Louisiana, but we are in the south of the United States of America for the 2013 Rotax World Challenge Grand Finals. And you're with us at the spot on time you need to be, because the racing starts here and now. We're just about ready to begin our race program. This morning we've got 2 heats for juniors, 2 heats for seniors, 2 for DD2 Masters and 2 for the DD2 Open before we go to the lunch break. And then we do the same again this afternoon. At the end of the afternoon, we shall see the Minimax and Micromax youngsters for the first time. Well, you see on our pictures that it's quite cloudy over there, but it's really not as cold as it has been. Still a little bit blustery. You see that Rotax banner to the mid-right. We start off, as I say, with the 125 Junior competition sponsored by Super B. We thank our friends from Super B for their class sponsorship. And the first of our races for the juniors will be over 7 laps of this NOLA circuit. Well, there's a lovely shot there, the graphics. That is the configuration we're racing. And as you can see, that runs to 1,460 meters. Quite a long circuit, really. We would normally be racing perhaps not a lot more than 1,300 meters. This just one of several configurations that we have here at NOLA Motorsports Park. And after testing by Daryl Smith of Rotax, it was concluded this was the best, shall we say, the best choice of several good ones, put it like that. Well, there you see the guys on the grid for the opening race. It's groups A and B of the juniors, and let me give you a call over immediately. On pole position, 3 Americans in the 4 classes have qualified on pole position throughout the heats. This is Kyle Kirkwood in juniors. Kyle from the state of Florida, alongside Tom Harvey from the United Kingdom. And when I say United Kingdom, specifically from Wales, and specifically I've got a request from him. Got to give a shout out for his racing hero, that Super Nige down at Llandau in South Wales, Nigel Hughes. Kyle Kirkwood and Tom Harvey, the front row. Josh Price and Thomas Issa, row 2. Hi to all my friends in Jamaica, particularly my friend Peter Moody, I always give a shout to. They're row 2. Christian Munoz of Colombia and Dave Wooder of the United Kingdom are row 3. The qualifying competition underway. This is the first of 2 formation laps. Row 4, Yuri Vips of Estonia and Bastien Legay of France. Row 5, Max Hofer of Austria and Julian van der Watt of South Africa. They complete the top 10. Denis Mavlanov of Russia and Ralph Aron of Estonia, row 6. Lars Lambarel, the Dutchman, and Thomas Preining of Austria, row 7. Liam McClellan of Australia, and the first of the girls, Ashley Rogero, the vice champion here in the United States of America, on row 8. Moron Lucas Ayrton is on row 9 alongside Max Timmermans, and the top 20 completed by Jan Schlossar of Slovenia and Joao Rosate of Brazil. Okay, they're the top 20. We'll show you on the captions a few more, but I'm going to have to keep my eyes on them ready for the start. So, Kyle Kirkwood on pole position, Tom Harvey joining him on the front row. Here we go. We're racing, and it's a quicker start. No, the start aborted, I'm told. No, we've not aborted the start. We are racing, and Kyle Kirkwood taking a big lead there. Kyle Kirkwood going through turn 1 and gaining a good advantage. Little bit of a nod there. I think that was Josh Price immediately behind him. And Tom Harvey, who had a good start initially in the first 30 metres, just having a little bit of catch-up to play as we sweep round right-handed onto the extension of the home straight. They're going past the end of the grandstand. Quite a lot of crowd, quite a good crowd in there. You see now the side of the circuit as we move down for the first time of 7 onto this long back straight, or back straightaway as we might say here in the United States. And Kyle Kirkwood immediately coming under pressure. That early lead from pole position, and it was about a 3-4 lengths lead at one time, is now under threat. But Kyle Kirkwood continues to hold the advantage. Kart number 175, Christian Munoz. I wasn't 100% certain as being the guy in second place, but it is now within my vision clearly that it is Christian Munoz, as well as seeing on the screen behind him Josh Price, who I did call in commentary, and Yuri Vips getting close attention. And there goes a lovely move. Oh, it's gone wrong. That lovely move was Josh Price on Christian Munoz. It wasn't lovely because he wasn't able to execute it, and he takes out the other driver as well as himself, and I'm afraid that's a bit of a blot on the copybook right at the start of the race. One innocent party, one party who, well, let's just say it was a piece of misjudgment, but it was a very, very unfortunate piece of misjudgment. Coming round to complete the second lap, and all of a sudden it's not nearly so close. Kyle Kirkwood still in the big lead. Let's have a look at the replay. Oh, it's already been over and done with. Christian Munoz and Josh Price, and I'm sorry to say, as a Brit, I rather think it was the British driver who instigated that, and Christian Munoz, who, having made a really good start, the Colombian driver, I'm afraid on that passing move found that he was touched and spun, and he won't be feeling too good at the present moment. Neither will Josh Price, for that matter. Well, just looking over to my right, away from where you're looking on screen, coming over the circuit now is kart number 141, which is Maciej Trupek of Poland. So from further downfield, there'd also been a little bit of an issue. But Kyle Kirkwood in a rather happier position than he was about 65 seconds ago, because instead of under really serious pressure, he's got about 3 kart lengths. Coming over the start-finish line, this is the start of lap 4. Yuri Vips in second place is the Estonian. Little bit of a gap then to Thomas Issa. Tell you about Thomas Issa from Jamaica. He's very tall now for a junior and puts up about 10 pounds overweight. So Thomas Issa racing under a handicap of nobody's fault, just the way he was built. Of course, his dad Chris is very tall, and Thomas Issa getting the benefit of some mentorship, if that is the word, tutelage, from DD2 world champion Ben Cooper within the last couple of weeks. That can't do him any harm. Kyle Kirkwood, well, now Yuri Vips getting a little bit closer, isn't he? The pictures you see on screen are probably better than those that we're seeing out from the window. I'm going to try and keep my eye on both the track outside and the screen that you're seeing. Coming down towards us to complete lap 4. This is the start of lap 5, and Yuri Vips is, let me look, 0.24 of a second behind Kyle Kirkwood. Max Hofer putting pressure on Thomas Issa, and Max Hofer definitely looking impressive, but I have to stay with the front two initially. Yuri Vips from Estonia chasing down Kyle Kirkwood. Oh, and there's a move by Yuri Vips, executes it, and we have a new race leader. Yuri Vips on lap 5 takes over the lead of our first race in the 2013 Grand Finals here at NOLA Motorsports. Just looking on screen now, that's a good drive into 17th place by Devlin De Francesco, because he started 30th and he's driving with a broken wrist. It's a broken wrist with a pin and plate in it, but he has been passed as capable of racing. Ashley Rogero, first of the girls, in 19th place. She's going to be disappointed. Well, Yuri Vips now setting off on lap 6 in front of Kyle Kirkwood, and Thomas Issa has been passed by Max Hofer. Max Hofer, who's been nibbling away at Thomas Issa for the last 2.5 laps, has found a way through. If this had been the final, that would have been a big move by Max Hofer onto the podium. As it is, it's a handy place to be, in 3rd place with 1.5 laps remaining in your opening drive. Thomas Issa may well feel just a little psychologically disappointed about that. They're well clear of the rest of the field. Julian van der Watt of South Africa's 5th. Lars Lamberel, good drive by Lars Lamberel, through into 6th place. And as I take my eye off the ball, already Kyle Kirkwood and Yuri Vips having a little bit of a clash, not a touching clash, just a potential move as Kyle Kirkwood fights back. I wanted to really call through to you the full top 10, but let me just make sure that I don't miss a potential move by Kyle Kirkwood fighting back on Yuri Vips. I'll gamble and say we'll go through the top 10, or the second half of the top 10. Lars Lamberel 6, Tom Harvey, the Welshman 7th, Bastien Legay of France 8th, Denis Mavlanov of Russia 9th, and Ralph Aron of Estonia completing the top 10. So half a lap remaining, and I think now that Juri Vips has got the cushion that he would have been looking for, it was just, well, no, I'm wrong, aren't I? There is a potential move. Oh, and that was brave by Kyle Kirkwood, but had to back off because I don't think he would have executed. There's only 40 metres remaining. There's the victory, the first one of the event. Juri Vips of Estonia wins from Kyle Kirkwood of USA second, and Max Hofer of Austria in third place. Juri Vips in kart number 144. Well, we have seen Juri Vips racing quite a lot in Western Europe. He's from the Baltic, from Tallinn in Estonia, just 13 years of age. The Baltic and Estonian champion this year. The Baltic champion and the Estonian champion. Wants to thank his mechanic Toari, I think that's how I'm pronouncing it, and his father Juni. So Juri Vips getting the Estonians on track. This is an event where the Estonians have done so well over the years, so well. Martin Rump, the champion in 2010, Kenneth Hildebrand before that, Kevin Korhus, gone on to a car racing career. So many good young drivers from Estonia. Well, hope you enjoyed that one, guys and ladies. Glad to have you with us. Once again, I'm Ken Walker, and I'll be with you throughout the remainder of the racing programme, which is another 15 races today, and then 12 more tomorrow, and then the finals on Saturday. Confirmation of Juri Vips' victory over Kyle Kirkwood from the United States and Max Hofer from Austria. Tom Harvey may feel a little disappointed from starting on the front row to finish 6th, but well wide on turn 1, and although turn 1 is very wide and safe, you do lose a lot of places if you get it wrong. Ralph Aron making it 2 Estonians in the top 10, finishing in 10th place. Ashley Rajero, 2nd in the United States Championship this year up at Mooresville. She came through to 15th place, probably a little disappointed. Presley Martono of Indonesia, that was a good drive, because Presley Martono started 28th, so good effort into the top 20 from there. Well, kart number 152, Max Hofer turned in a really good race, and I think we've got the opportunity to talk with him. Let's go down to Jenny if we can do.
Max Hofer, what a great race. Good position there for you to cross the line, at least in the top 5.
Yeah, it was a good race. I get a good start. Didn't alive to start, and then get the pace, and it was fast, and so good race.
How's the track for the racing then compared to practice?
Yeah, it's not so dangerous on the start. It's a safe track.
And you think you got a good chance now? 1 heat down and 2 to go? Good place for the pre-final?
Yeah, I think so. I hope. Yesterday was also fast in the quali. Had a bit unluck, but now I'm fast and...
It was a great race and a good position, Max. We wish you luck in the next heat. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, a good effort by Max Hofer, no question about it. He looked a little bit anxious there, didn't he, talking to Jenny? I think his English is not perhaps as strong as he would have wanted, and that was perhaps his discomfort. But certainly that was a good drive. Did well to get past Thomas Issa, who finished 4th, and Max Hofer setting himself up nicely. Good to hear from him. Well, throughout the whole of the event, we're going to have Jenny Wade patrolling down at trackside, and we are going to try and get the little nuggets from the drivers that tell us what's been going on and what they know about things, and we will try and do that even in mid-race if it's called for. We'll always make sure that we bring you the news of what happens next. Well, there you see kart number 174, which is Blaine Rusher from the United States of America. He's due to start the next race on the second row. It's an all-Canadian front row. We're sponsored by Super B lithium batteries, as our graphic shows you. This class, the 125 juniors, Jeff Kingsley from Canada, Colton McCochen from Canada are the front row. Luke Selican of the USA and Blaine Rocher, who you see in shot, are the guys on row 2. So an all-Canadian row 1, an all-United States row 2. Then Brett Ward, kart 131, who I think you just see there, partially obscured by his mechanic. And kart 148, you just see Endo Shogo, or Shogo Endo, excuse me, sorry Endo-san. It's Shogo Endo of Japan in kart 148 on row 3. Well, welcome back to Nola Motorsports Park from our little commercial break, and there are the two Canadians on the front row. 121 with his back to you is Jeffrey Kingsley. Jeff Kingsley in kart number 121, qualified on pole position from yesterday. He's from Port Hope in Canada, that's near Toronto, 15 years of age, and wanting to go racing Formula 1600s, Formula Ford next year. Qualified for the Grand Finals from Eastern Canadian Karting Championship. One of the Full Team Canada, enjoying the Full Team Canada sponsorship. Safina, Canadian Tire, Jim Russell Racing Drivers School and SRA Karting. As does his fellow compatriot, in kart number 120, which is Colton McCochen. Colton from Calgary, Alberta. When I first set foot in that beautiful country, that vast country, it was at Calgary, Alberta. So that holds special memories for me. As you can see, that really long back straight, it's not so much a back straight, it's like a long side of a triangle, isn't it? But that really is long in karting terms. And as soon as you leave it at the right hander, that little chicane, it's still very fast when you come onto the final turn, back onto the home straight. The technical section in the middle, and as you exit the middle is really the technical challenge, if you will, but it's pretty much kart setup and speed from that final 1/3 of the circuit. As you can see from our pictures, a little bit cloudy. That was the forecast here today, partly cloudy, but very acceptable. Earlier in the week we did have, well, hot sunshine, and that has turned a little bit, but we're a lot better placed than we were 2 days ago when it was very, very windy. So confirmation then that race 2 will see an all-Canadian front row of Jeff Kingsley and Colton McCochen. Row 2 is an all-American affair, Luke Selican and Blaine Rocher. An all-North American front 2 rows. Brett Ward of the United Kingdom and Shogo Endo of Japan, row 3. The American champion Juan Manuel Correa is on row 4, which he shares with Javier Gonzalez. He's from Mexico. Top 10 completed by Senna Sakaguchi, our second Japanese driver, and Ricardo Garcia of Spain. Just outside the top 10, Joseph Burton Harris, the impressive Aussie. Hi to all my friends in Oz. And Pascal Pook from the United Arab Emirates. I have to pause. Pascal, who was really seriously injured about 4 or 5 months ago in intensive care in hospital for 6 weeks. Good to see him back racing with us. John Del Valle of Spain and Guan Yu Zhou from Shanghai, but now based in Great Britain, a row 7. Ferdinand Habsburg from the former Austro-Hungarian Empire. Yes, that family. He's on row 8 with Jay Nijar of the UK. And the top 20 completed by the next 4 drivers. Enrico Brito. Enrico Brito on row 9 is from Ecuador, and Tony Toika is from Finland. Row 10, Hjalte Hellenberg from Denmark, and Rup Markkanen of Finland, one of twin brothers racing this event. We've got 4 sets of brothers, but the first time we've had twin brothers. So they complete the top 20. Patrick Pastorak and Gianfranco Mazzaferro, row 11. Philip Hampret, Chet, and Catel Mullins. Hi to all my friends in Ireland, row 12. Manuel Casares and Johan Sousa, row 13. Marvin Pionka and Robbie Gallia, row 14. Top 30 completed by Mitch Cheer from Malaysia and Dominik Muziatievich of Poland. Excuse me, he's not from Poland, is he, on row 15? Let me just double check. Yes, he is. Dominik Muziatievich is from Poland. Row 16, second of our girls, Alexandra Monharpt, is from Mexico. Thomas Salva from the Czech Republic had a disaster in qualifying. Believe me, he will do better than that when we're racing. Ben Grimes of Thailand and Emil Söderlund of Sweden, row 17. And the first driver ever from Azerbaijan in a Rotax finals, Gul Hussein Abdullayev, races on a Turkish license, but he's from Azerbaijan, and he shares row 18 with the third of the girls, Sophie Golan. She is from Israel, actually lives near the Golan Heights. Okay, 7-lap race coming up. They set off on their second formation lap. They have about 1.5 formation laps, having joined the circuit part way round as they do. Well, do appreciate those of you that are tuned in. We had far more people tuned in yesterday for non-qualifying practice and qualifying practice than we anticipated, so that made us feel good. So a big thank you to those of you that are tuned in, and we know from the messages reaching us, it's reaching me second-hand. I don't have access to any blog or any other means of knowing what's said, but I do get the messages relayed, and I know a lot of people have tuned in. We mentioned Pascal Pook, didn't we? Pascal Pook from the United Arab Emirates. A big hi to my good friend Gina Capenhurst at Allain Raceway. The lovely Gina, been tuned in and sending us some good messages. And Pascal Pook, as I say, a driver who was 6 weeks in intensive care. Can you believe it? But told me he feels good and he's racing, and he went well yesterday. We wish him well, as we wish them all. But thanks for tuning in, Gina. And I'll be seeing your dad at the end of the month at KART-Mania, won't I? KART-Mania at Silverstone at the end of the month. Martin Capenhurst promoting that. Okay, here we go. We're away, and Jeff Kinsley getting a good start. Oh, and he's lost the start to Luke Selican, and a little bit of nudging has pushed a lot out, and Luke Selican going inside the pole man before we reach the turn. And let me explain that for those of you that might not have seen it. Jeff Kingsley moved away from the inner white line from pole position, and Luke Selican said, well, Jeff, if you're going to open a big barn door, I'll drive through it. And Luke Selican has done exactly that. Kart number 172, Luke Selican from the United States of America. Luke is from Portland, Oregon, 15 years of age, the 2013 Rotax Can-Am champion, won 7 wins out of 8 Well, he showed his mettle there, didn't he? And that left me a little bit uncertain as to who the guys are in third and fourth place. Colton McCocken, that looks to be. And Jeff Kingsley smarting a little bit from that move, I would think. Setting off on lap 2. Brett Ward I hadn't spotted. I misread Brett Ward and Colton McCocken. Apologies for that. Brett Ward from London, England. We're very impressive in the preliminaries. Just having a look at who's had problems early on. Ricardo Garcia. Shogo Endo of Japan, who started on the 3rd row, is 36th and last. The worst of the disaster, or really mustn't use the word disaster, must have, but the worst of the misfortune on turn 1 going to the Japanese driver Shogo Endo. And Thomas Salva of the Czech Republic, who I know to be a good driver, it's just not working for him either. Well, Luke Selican just casts a glance over his shoulder. Oh, and moving through into second place is Brett Ward as we come to the final turn of lap 2. Setting off now on lap 3, Luke Selican, Brett Ward, Jeff Kingsley are the 1, 2, 3. Immediately behind them, Juan Manuel Correa and Senna Sakaguchi. And those 5 clear of the rest. And going back into second place is Jeffrey Kingsley at the expense of Brett Ward. So now you see the red and white Team Canada racing suit supplied by ORG. Great racing apparel, no question about it. Back onto the extended home straight. This used to be a chicane. Now, as you see, they drive straight through it. You wouldn't have done that a month ago at the Pan American Championship. That was a really high curb. But in the interests of safety, that's been pared down. Okay, they're now on the long straight. And already, even though we're only on lap 3, a little bit of placement to try to make sure the driver behind doesn't get the tow. Completing lap 3 and setting off on lap 4, Brett Ward, Jeff Kingsley, Luke Selican, the 1, 2 and 3. But Jeff Kingsley already serving notice that he'd like his lead back. Luke Selican seemingly having had a golden opportunity is, he's handily placed in 3rd place, but he's about 5-6 kart lengths behind Jeff Kingsley. Luke Selican in 3rd, Jeff Kingsley 2nd, and our race leader Brett Ward. Well, onto that back straight, and again you look down it, that is really long, no question about it. And Jeff Kingsley trying to tuck himself behind Brett Ward, but Brett Ward looks equal to the defence of his lead and will complete lap 4 in the lead. So Brett Ward the Brit, Brett the Brit leads. Jeff Kingsley the Canadian 2nd, Luke Selican the American 3rd, Juan Manuel Correa detached now in 4th place, the American champion. He's 4th, but under pressure from Senna Sakaguchi of Japan and John Del Valle of Spain in 6th place. Well in touch. It's a good little dice for 4th, 5th and 6th. I'll just take my eyes off the screen and the track and just glance at the numbers. Yeah, behind those then Blaine Rocha, Guan Yu Zhou and Colton McCocken. Colton McCocken going to be disappointed having started on the front row to find himself in 9th. But Guan Yu Zhou from Shanghai, now based in Sheffield in the north of England, started 14th, but he's up to 8th. Coming round for one more turn to complete another lap. Onto the home straight. This is the start of lap 6 of a 7-lap race. 1, 2 and 3. Well, I'm learning of potential penalties being assessed. I'm not at the moment at liberty to disclose those, but if I do learn of information relating to potential position changes, I will tell you, because I am authorised by race director Nigel Edwards to do that. But what I'm hearing just at the moment I can't pass on. But part of the race is under scrutiny on the screens, so we'll see where we go from there. And in fact, the reason I can't disclose it to you is because it was the first race. So the first race of the day, there's a scrutiny. So let's see what happens there. 176 going through is Sophie Golan, well down the field. But here comes the start of the last lap. One to go. And Brett Ward, well, don't think that worked really. Brett, well, he can say yes it does, Ken Walker, because I'm still leading the race, but he decided to move across to try to make a blocking move, and he's out of shape, and Jeff Kingsley has gone through, and Luke Selican fighting hard as well. Well, Brett Ward holds off Luke Selican. I'm not so sure now that he's going to be able to catch Brett's going to be able to catch Jeff Kingsley. He's got about a 6-length deficit with 3/4 of a lap to go. So it's almost a case of just drive home safely, Jeffrey Kingsley, and you win the opening race. Started on pole position, but it was by no means a victory from pole, because by 10 metres he wasn't in the lead. Luke Selican fighting hard on Brett Ward. I don't think there's a way through. But let's do justice to the race winner, because it's going to be a Canadian victory here in the United States, as Jeff Kingsley wins it. Brett Ward second, Senna Sakaguchi third, Juan Manuel Correa fourth, John Del Valle fifth. Blaine Rocha was sixth. Luke Selican going to be bitterly disappointed to have dropped back to seventh. Guan Yu Zhou eighth. Colton McCocken gained a place on that last lap from 10th to 9th, and Ferdinand Habsburg completed the top 10 at number 10. For Gina, back in the United Arab Emirates, what a good drive by Pascal Pook, Gina, up into 12th place by the guy who was in intensive care with, oh gosh, it's hardly worth going through. Anything that could have been broken in your body had been broken, it seemed, but hey, that was then. Right now, all is good. For the other girls, Alexandra Monhopt of Mexico finished in 23rd place. Sophie Golan of Israel finished in 34th place. So, not so sharp a performance from the girls on this occasion. Well, just looking down the screen, bitter disappointment for Janie Jar, 32nd. How did that happen? Philip Hamprecht, 33rd. They're not going to feel good. Shogo Endo started on row 3, finished 25th. But Jeff Kingsley won it handsomely. Brett Ward drove really well in second place. Senna Sakaguchi strong in third. The champion, the American champion that is, in fourth place. John Del Valle in fifth. Yet another Canadian having a good drive was Gianfranco Mazzaferro up in 14th place. Dominik Muziatievich has gone well for Poland into 17th. Cathal Mullins from Ireland has made the top 20 in 20th place. And the first of the girls to be mentioned here after Ashley was in the first race is Alexandra Monhopt in 23rd place. And Sophie Golan from Israel in 34th place. Well, this is the first heat that these guys and girls have had. There's a couple more races, so it's not a disaster if you've done badly, but for those who've made a good start, it's good psychologically, isn't it? Okay, seniors up next. Seniors, and a surprise winner of the qualifying competition yesterday, Carlos Gil of Spain, will start all of these heats on pole position.
Well, cart number 174 is Blaine Rocha from the United States, and I think he's with Jenny Wayne now.
Rocha, now Blaine, you actually set the quickest lap of the race into the 56. Are you happy with the performance?
Yeah, we got the cart handling really well. Got shuffled back a little bit on the start, and we made our way back up, and it was a good race.
Yeah, it was really close. In the end, there were 7 or 8 carts fighting there for the front.
Yes, it was pretty hectic.
Now, this is your first grand finals. What do you think? Second heat of the day. How's the competition?
Competition's really tough. Like in qualifying, we were all within 2/10 in the first 1 through 30, and we qualified 9th, and it was good.
Yeah. Now, still 2 heats to go. You going to make many changes, do you think?
No, we're just going to work on being consistent on our starts and getting through the first turn and make our way from there.
All right. Good luck and great race today. It was fantastic to watch.
Thank you.
Well, good to hear what Blaine had to say. We go to a commercial.
Start with industry-leading performance, precision-engineered handling, and a rider-focused design. Then where you go from here is up to you. The new Can-Am off-road vehicles, no matter which one you choose, they're all built from the same DNA. There's a Can-Am vehicle ready and waiting for you.
Okay, let's just go back and have a look at some of the highlights of those races that we've just seen. Well, I hope you enjoyed that little reprise, the replay of the highlights of our first 2 races. We have a couple of races, Groups A versus B and then Group C versus D in all of the classes. They were the juniors coming out for their first heat, and that was a little roundup of the action you saw. Seniors up next, seniors along next, and we'll put the caption up of the grid in just a moment and I'll call it to you. Well, Carlos Gill was the surprise winner of our qualifying competition in the AMV Wheels sponsored senior class, and his reward is to start on pole position throughout. So he's on the front row this time, the Spanish driver with Arvo Talvar of Estonia. Row 2 will see the Scotsman, Kyle Fowley, alongside the pole sitter's brother. Two brothers on the front two rows, Albert Gill of Spain. Row 3, Martin Henkel Mortensen of Denmark and Sam Schippers. He's driving under a Belgian licence. You see the Belgian flag there, but Sam, of course, from Enschede in Netherlands. Ed Brand from the United Kingdom is on row 4 with Maxi Weinzierl of Austria. Sandor Jakab of Slovakia is on row 5, and the top 10 is completed by Nathan Parkins of South Africa. Alfredo Zabalza of Mexico shares row 6 with Bruno Bolido of Portugal. Chris Oikonomou of Greece and Mark Ferencs of Hungary are row 7. Piers Lehane from Australia and Oliver Askew, the American champion, row 8. Jake Craig and Philip Arscott are in all-American row 9. Philip's dad had a word with me this morning. And the top 20 completed by Skylar Dunning of Canada and Glenn Van Paris of Belgium. Mark Lupfer and Xavier Pozzoli, row 11. Musashi Nakanishi and Yui Tutsumi are in all-Japanese row 12. From India, good to see the Indians with us. Krishnaraj Mahardik shares row 13 with Yuri Foreman of the Czech Republic, Gilbert Ang from Malaysia, and Kairo Kivi of Estonia, row 14. Vid Pashad of Slovenia is on row 15, and Jurat from Thailand is completing the top 30. Johan Alvarez and Fabrizio Famularo are an all South American, Venezuelan, Colombia, row 16, row 17, Diego Naranjo, Lucas Bacigalupo, row 18, Willie Itkunen and Yuri Alves. Well, Yuri Alves from Brazil completing the field. The race length, there's Daniel in the bottom right of your screen, the Canadian photographer. The race distance in senior class is 10 laps. Well, once again, a big thank you for those of you that have chosen to join us and tune in. We really do appreciate that. A lot of you I know are familiar with my voice and maybe over the years a little bit bored with it, but I hope we won't be boring you. I hope we're bringing you information that you will enjoy. I'm Ken Walker, the Rotax World Challenge regular announcer, kart race announcer, or speaker as we say in Europe, or commentator as we say in the United Kingdom, and I feel it's my privilege to be able to talk these races to you. A little bit breezy still, as you saw from that Rotax banner. Marshall Point 10. So Carlos Gil from Spain and Arvo Talvar from Estonia, the front row drivers. Nice overall shot of the circuit there, the bleacher or grandstand or tribune. Again, different expressions. I think bleacher in these parts, do we say? Tribune in mainland Europe. From where I live in the United Kingdom, we'd call it a grandstand. Either way, you can sit there and watch the racing. It was a little bit cold sitting there earlier in the week. At the start of the week, it was blistering hot in the Louisiana sunshine. Really nice. Lovely city, New Orleans. If you've never been there, do try and get the opportunity to make at least one visit. Carlos Gil and Arvo Talvar, the front row. Kyle Fowley and Albert Gill, row 2. Martin Henkels Mortensen and Sam Schippers, row 3. Here we go. Good start by Carlos Gil. So good a start was it by Carlos Gil that he paused and looked over his left shoulder. Good start though by Arvo Talvar, and these two from the front row have already put 3 kart lengths between themselves and the guys battling behind. I see Kyle Fowley in the thick there, but I think he emerges in third place. The Scotsman from Peterhead, the northeast of the United Kingdom, Aberdeenshire. But at the front, Carlos Gil has got the advantage, but Arvo Talvar immediately putting the pressure on. I have to say that Arvo Talvar is a driver that I've had a lot of well, seen race a lot of experience of calling his races, and I don't think that this year has been his best year by a long chalk, but he's looking menacing. And again, Carlos Gil doing a lot of driving, glancing over his shoulder. The first glance over his shoulder was after about 10 yards. But Arvo Talvar's right there, Carlos, as you set off on lap 2 in the lead. Well, I'll just take my eyes off them to tell you the rest of the field behind. We called Kyle Fowley in 3rd place, and he's pulled clear of the rest of them in 3rd. Martin Henkel Mortensen 4th. Ed Brand running 5th, but trying to get a pass on the Dane. Ed Brand looking menacing in 5th place. Albert Gil, the brother of the race leader, is 6th. Sandor Jakab of Slovakia 7th. Alfredo Zabalza of Mexico running 8th. Piers Lehane of Australia 9th. Hi to all my mates down under, and particularly to Scotty Auld. I'll be talking about Scotty a little bit later on. Why not? He talks about me a lot. And Nathan Parkins completing the top 10 from South Africa. We're on lap 2 of a 10-lap race, and Arvo Talvar has taken the lead, as he was threatening to do, from Carlos Gil. Arvo Talvar in the lead as we set off on lap 3. And Kyle Fowley now putting some pressure on Carlos Gil, although Carlos Gil got a good slingshot out of turn 1. We'll stay with those front-running 3 because all 3 of them look impressive, and Gil regaining the lead at a point where you would have hardly have imagined there was scope to go past. These are the 3 in your shot at the moment. Carlos Gil leading, Arvo Talvar in 2nd place, Kyle Fowley 3rd. The guy there in 4th place is Ed Brand. Ed Brand having moved past Martin Henkel Mortensen. Well, interesting, isn't it? That's a really good effort by Carlos Gil. I thought that maybe, and here again is the move, the pressure, the threat. Are we able to execute? Yes, we do. Wow, well, 2, 3 and 1 positions just being superseded. There's a driving standards flag coming. Setting off in the lead is Arvo Talvar, but losing it immediately to Kyle Fowley. And now 4 of them involved, because Ed Brand is well and truly in the mix. Edward Brand in 4th place, putting pressure on Arvo Talvar, and 5th place, Albert Gil getting involved. Well, that front-running 3 is now a front-running 9, just about. Although, having said that, Carlos Gil has gone past Kyle Fowley. Yes, he has. Carlos Gil having gone past Kyle Fowley, but out in the lead, Arvo Talvar, who started lap 4 in the lead. Arvo Talvar started lap 4 in the lead and has dropped down to 4th place. Carlos Gil 1, Ed Brand 2, Kyle Fowley 3, Arvo Talvar 4, as we come round to set off on lap 5. Carlos Gil, Kyle Fowley, and Ed Brand has got a slingshot here. Does he find a route through? Does the Englishman get past the Scotsman? Well, I think Ed thought there was a way through there, and Kyle Fowley maybe knew what was coming. But as these 2 Brits are doing what they're doing in 2nd and 3rd, looks to me like Carlos Gil just pulling a little bit further away. The margin at the end of the lap was 0.6 of a second, and as I look away from my screen, it looks every bit a 0.6 of a second lead. Ed Brand really heaping the pressure on Kyle Fowley. You see Carlos Gil dipping his head there, having had a glance away. In 4th place there you saw Arvo Talvar, previously a race leader, in the blue race suit. Immediately behind him, that's Albert Gil. Oh, and somebody getting themselves well onto the dust there, so lost a little bit of ground. And as you can see from our television pictures, what was a more tightly packed train has just a little bit elongated as a result of that departure onto the rumble strip and the grass. This is lap 6 of a 10-lap race, so we're moving into the second half of the race. Carlos Gil is the driver in the lead, who you see there. The pressure being put on him is by Kyle Fowley, but in 3rd place, as they disappear in the distance on our screen, Edward Brand knocking at the door, so to speak. And once again, these front 3 have just pulled away a little bit for themselves. That's Arvo Talvar in the blue race suit. And in 6th place, looking for a way past, was Albert Gil. Albert Gil looking to try to get past Martin Henkel Henkel Mortensen. I don't think he's done so. Kyle Fowley in the lead now. Kyle Fowley having executed a nice little piece of passing. Kyle Fowley in the lead. Ed Brand second. Carlos Gill third. Kyle Fowley from the northeast of Scotland as we move into the final quarter of the race. It's still there to be won and lost, isn't it? Kyle Fowley is cart number two. Ed Brand is cart 266. Kyle Fowley is cart 223. I'm torn between looking at the pictures on screen versus trying to see it for real out of the window with the naked eye. This is the leadership, if I can use that expression. Carlos Gill still trying to find a way through, but in third place at the moment, and coming under pressure from Arvo Talvar in fourth place. So this is lap 8 of a 10-lap race just being started. Kyle Fowley under pressure from Ed Brand. And Ed Brand is lost second place to Carlos Gill coming through in third. And Carlos Gill, the pole sitter, now on a charge, chasing after Kyle Fowley. And Carlos Gill looking menacing. Having said that, Ed Brand, the body language from Ed Brand is, look, I'm running third at the moment, but I can win this. I'm going to do everything it takes to do so. That front running three coming into shot now. Kyle Fowley, Carlos Gill and Ed Brand down on this very fast straight. And two of the drivers moving out, two side by side. Well, the angles are clearly going to come in favour of the guy in front there, and so that was something that didn't quite work. We are now on lap 9, and Kyle Fowley, possibly aided by that slightly false move by Carlos Gill and Ed Brand, has got a little bit more of a cushion than he did have. It's 0.4 of a second on the chart. Carlos Gill still battling after him. In the technical complex of the infield, sweeping out onto the extension of the home straight, there is a configuration that would have made that part of the home straight, but we've gone onto the infield for the 1450 metres or so, 1430 yards of the configuration that we're racing on here. They're on the back straight on the 9th time of 10. And Ed Brand, going for a really fast slingshot, has to just back off a little bit. So Kyle Fowley will lead going into the final lap. Second place Carlos Gill, third Ed Brand, fourth Piers Lehane. I hadn't spotted Piers Lehane. I'd got my eyes hard on the front running three, and Piers Lehane from Australia getting himself up into a position where he might be able to take even one more place perhaps. Carlos Gill has not given this up for lost, and why should he? Because he takes the lead, but he goes wide, and Ed Brand says, well, I'll pick up the pieces. And a little bit of fortuitous driving there, but hey, that's driving, that's where you put yourself. So Kyle Fowley losing out to Carlos Gill, but both of them losing out to Ed Brand, it would seem. So we've got about 250 metres to go. Carlos Gill comes again. Through the little chicane, onto the home straight. Edward Brand is going to win this one. There's the checkered flag, and our first senior race of the competition is won by Edward Brand of England. Second, it's Carlos Gill of Spain. Third, it's Kyle Fowley of Scotland. Fourth, Martin Henkel Mortensen of Denmark. And fifth, Piers Lehane of Australia. Didn't see Martin Henkel Mortensen go past Piers Lehane, but go past him he did. Carlos Gill's brother Albert was sixth. Arvo Talvar probably disappointed to be seventh. Philip Arce got a good drive to eighth. The Mexican Alfredo Zabalza ninth, and Sandor Jakab, well experienced at this level, completing the top 10. Well, a really good start to our senior racing programme. Hope you enjoyed that. Edward Brand, Carlos Gill, Kyle Fowley, Arvo Talvar all led the race at some stage, but leading it at the end of the 10th lap, when it counted, Ed Brand. But a good race from Carlos Gill, good race from Kyle Fowley, good little dice on the last lap with Martin Henkel Mortensen 4th and Piers Lehane 5th. Albert Gill is a little bit overshadowed by his brother Carlos, but he's gone well. Arvo Talvar was a race leader at one stage. Philip Arscott from the United States of America started in 18th place and drove up to 8th. A good effort by him. Alfredo Zabalza of Mexico has raced with us in Europe this year. Good effort for him to drive into the top 10. Well, just outside the top 10, but I say again, I have no favourites. Believe me, I have no favourites, but I just love the sport of karting worldwide, and so pleased to see an Indian driver in the World Finals going relatively well. Krishna Rahaj Mahardik wasn't in the top 20, but he made it into 22nd place. The big surprise, Oliver Askew is the USA 2013 champion, and he did not make the top 30. 20 seconds adrift of the race winner, and Oliver Askew, has not started well. That is something that something's going to have to be done about. Well, Edward Brand was the winner, and he's down in the paddock talking with Jenny Wade.
Ed Brand, what an exciting, brilliant race.
Yeah, you know, got quite a good start, got straight up there straight away. I was quite happy following, you know, Fowley around, you know, and just sort of work with him, see if we can get away. Next thing, I've got Carlos Gill alongside me, and I've gone, oh, I can't carry on like this for the rest of the race, but, you know, I managed to pick my pace up a little bit, you know, to catch him back up. And it all sort of kicked off on the last lap, you know. I think Gill went in for a move. Yeah, it was fair enough to go for it, and I just got a bit lucky and managed to go around the outside. I was hoping it was going to give way. It didn't, but fortunately there was the runoff that I could use and managed to take the win.
Yeah, it was a really incredible race. Like you said, for the first heat, it's like, okay, here we go.
Yeah, it's definitely the most exciting first heat I've ever had at a World Finals.
There you go, right from the horse's mouth. Ed, from P7, did you expect that you'd be up there so soon?
We didn't. We've been quick all week. You know, qualifying didn't. You know, I think, you know, our group wasn't very quick. You know, people were driving a bit silly. So we were a bit further back than we hoped. But, you know, it's all about the starts, and I've never driven here before, so I didn't know what a start was like. Managed to get an okay start, got on the outside a little bit, but managed to survive it and work my way up.
Well, it was a great race for everyone at home as well watching live. Now we have to get ready, of course, for the next class, but you'll go back. Will you make many changes to the kart, do you think?
If the race is going to be like that, I think I should. Maybe add a few bumpers on the side.
Okay, thanks Ed, and it's great to see you out there racing, and fantastic win for you to start the heats off.
Thank you very much.
Well, thanks Ed, great driver and a good sense of humour too. Okay, let's go to some commercials now. Hope you like that series of commercials on behalf of BRP. BRP Powertrain is the parent body of the organisation that has the Rotax karting centre in Austria. And of course we're on the continent of North America, aren't we? And BRP Powertrain, a Canadian-based company. So we're a little bit towards the heartland of BRP, although it's Austria in Central Europe that's the heartland of Rotax karting. Well, that was a great race, wasn't it, for the seniors? I hope we're going to do the same next up, because we've got the United Kingdom's Ollie Hodgson on pole position, and he's alongside Sam Beasley. Never see a bad drive out of Sam Beasley. And just behind those two, Philip Morin of Europe. The same can be said of that, Philip Morin from Sweden. I don't see Daniel Rochford so very much, the Australian. But we've also got the small matter on row 3, not quite in shot of the world champion. Ollie Hodgson and Sam Beasley row 1, Philip Morin and Daniel Rochford row 2, Charlie Eastwood in shot now in kart 210, the world champion coming out for his first drive in defence of his title. He's alongside Max Aitken, going well, the Irishman and the Englishman. Behind those two, Zach Clement de Mello of Canada and Bas de Laat, very tall driver of the Netherlands. Luke Herring of South Africa is on row 5, and Matthew Kinsman of New Zealand completes the top 10. Tyler Greenbury, it was his birthday yesterday. The Australian is on row 6 with Akinori Kikuchi of Japan. Peter Betzel of the Czech Republic went well in the preliminaries, he really did. Claudio Pagliarani of Italy shares row 7 with him. Last year's world champion juniors, Harry Webb, goes from row 8 with Jesper Magnusson of Sweden. Andrea Yatchenko, one of many, many up-and-coming Russians. He's on row 9 with the very, very good Frenchman Jules Cousin. Jorge Arturo Vitar of Argentina is on row 10, and Brian Ayrden of Netherlands completes the top 20. Andrew Palmer, USA, Thomas Brittenson, Norway, row 11. The former American champion, Nick Neary, he has to start on row 12, didn't qualify well. Olivier Bedard of Canada joins him on row 12. Ye Hong Li from the People's Republic of China and Mark Gonzalez are row 13. Pascal Posch of Switzerland and Senna Noor of Indonesia, row 14. And the top 30 completed on row 15. And that's by William Sherlock of Ireland and Henry Taleb. Henry is from Ecuador. Alexander Serenko and Sayazwan Mohammed Noor, row 16. First of our ladies, in fact the only lady in this class, Anastasia Turino of Russia. She's on row 17 with Filip Valenza from the United Arab Emirates. And another Russian, Alexander no, that's Bulgarian driver, isn't it? Alexander Svetanov is from Bulgaria, and he lines up with Kasper Bileski of Poland. A 10-lap race for seniors in groups C and D. We're here at the NOLA Motorsports Complex, about half an hour's drive from downtown New Orleans. We've been on the Mississippi steamboat, the paddle boat steamer on the Mississippi. We've walked down Bourbon Street, we've walked through the French market, the French Quarter generally, went and had a drink and a bite to eat in the garden of the musical legends of New Orleans. I've never been to this city, but I did enjoy it. Karting's pretty good at the NOLA Motorsport Complex too. Oliver Hodgson of the UK, Sam Beasley of the USA on the front row. Philip Morin of Sweden and Daniel Rochford of Australia, row 2. 10 laps coming up. Here we go. Good start by the poleman Ollie Hodgson, and well, a big wide sweep by Sam Beasley. Oh, has taken him through into the lead, but we've lost at least, well, not lost, but there's at least 15 drivers in contact on turn 1. That's our first real turn 1 incident. But what it does for those at the front is give them a good shot. Oh, and Oliver Hodgson, with a lead of about 3 kart lengths, has lost that lost the length of the lead. It's had it halved by Sam Beasley, who in the technical complex there had a much better drive. Although having said that, as I speak, Oliver Hodgson is increasing his lead. Well, one of the Team Canada drivers, I think it is, just having an issue. In fact, Jill Just getting the specs up. Let's see if we can identify. We think it might be KART 249, which wouldn't be a Canadian. 249 would be Bas de Laat, who started on row 4. Yes, the tall Dutchman in the orange suit is he's back in his kart, but he's now a lap down. Ollie Hodgson and Slam Beasley continue in that comfortable 1 and 2 position. Zach Clement de Mello of Canada third. Philip Morin of Sweden getting a little bit closer to Zach, I think. And in 5th place, Peter Betzel, and those 5 just created a little bit of a detachment from the rest of the field. The rest of the field don't write off, though, because leading the rest of the field is Charlie Eastwood. Incidentally, we say hi to his mum, Suzanne, and hope you're well, Suzanne. Suzanne had a really nasty fall back home in Ireland, and it's been a very painful time for her. Let's have a look at the replay. Let's try and see if we can work out what happened on turn 1. That's Danny Rochford moving out into the middle, not suggesting there's any fault on his part. Max Aitken there. Oh, and already the contact's kicking in, isn't it? There's already contact and a little bit of concertinaing. It has to go further contact once that's happening. It's a little bit like the pack of cards or the pack of dominoes. As soon as there's a little bit of nudging, and then when you get to the middle of the grid and the back of the grid, there's nowhere to go. Well, it's worth seeing that on the replay. 226 ended up facing the other way. That's Senna Noor from Indonesia, having to do a 180-degree turn to try and get himself going. He is still going, but he's back in 24th place. I think I saw the Russian lady there, Anastasia. She's in 26th place, but big names who suffered badly. Bas de Laat, who we mentioned. Jules Cousin out of the top 30. Andrew Palmer only just in the top 30. But on a happier note, Oliver Hodgson at the front is still leading. Zach Clement de Mello has gone through to second. Philip Morin to third. And as a result of that,